Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently April 22nd. Jumping to the charts here. Right now, you have you have gold, silver getting crushed, which is showing that the fear is exiting the market. You have Nasdaq rebounding, S&P 500 rebounding, natural gas absolutely having a magnificent tear to the upside. So that's also rebounding quite strongly on the session. So as of now, the indices are looking to potentially trend and push higher. After yesterday's harsh sell side pressure, we are looking to rebound quite sharply at the moment. So right now, QQQ gapping up to about 417, nat gas surging, and you have the semis also bouncing. Still some weakness in the semis across SMCI and whatnot, but definitely seeing a strong technical bounce. Whether or not it's a dead cat bounce, we will have to find out. So nat gas is the talk of the town at the moment. Just making sure we can hear audio and we can see the screen. Yep, I'm all good now. Okay, perfect. So market set to open. We're looking at everything bouncing across the board. Again, we're still hanging on to the QQQ swing. We obviously accumulated quite a bit of longs. All right, markets are open, guys, in a few seconds here. Markets are still pushing up. Tesla's still getting hit really hard, but some buyers stepping up into the picture at the moment. Qs are still seeing some potential sellers in this range. Tesla nat gas still under pressure at the moment. Apple had a nice bounce. Still seeing Tesla under immense pressure. All right, so the indices are now pulling back a tiny touch here, pulling back a little bit. We are getting rejected at the EMA 113 on the daily. Apple, Microsoft seeing some heavy selling. So at the moment, Tesla still keeps coming in. Look at nat gas continuing to rip here, guys. Continuing to rip on nat gas. EQT resource stock is ripping. Nat gas is now pumping up 3.89%, holding the lion's share of its gains. You have the majority of sectors green. Google soaring. Microsoft seeing a bit of reversal now back to the negative side. Bitcoin still pumping really strongly at the moment. Still think the Qs can probably trend a little bit today. You do have the dollar phenomenally strong, though, up another 1/4%, trying to break out of a bit of a bull flag. Oil's weak, though. Still seeing Nvidia surging here, pumping up to the high side. SMCI getting slightly rejected still. Qs are still holding the majority of their gains at the moment. Where it looks like we're trying to test 418 again. The big resistance on the Qs where I do think we'll retest is this trend line connecting your pivot. This is where you had your big breakdown, retest, rejection. So I do think that we're probably going to test here. If we get above this 418.50 zone, then 421.76 is our next target. At the moment, Qs are still finding that same seller in that range. Google, Microsoft ripping, Tesla still lagging at the moment, down 5.59%. Nat gas still pumping, soaring, and roaring here. Crypto stocks doing well at the moment. Some financial stocks are doing well at the moment. It's really what's lagging on this market is Tesla as a whole. Tesla as a whole. Other than that, things are still looking pretty darn strong at the moment. SMCI getting obliterated again. So that one's continuing to fall. It's down another 2.5% at the lows. Tesla's still seeing some sellers in this range, but Google's still very, very strong. Let's look at Tesla to see if there's a day trade. We're into a whole host of support here on the charts. I'm actually liking Tesla for a bit of a long here. I'm going to go long Tesla, 139.70. 139.70, a long on Tesla. This is a day trade long. 139.70. 1/4 position, guys. 1/4 position. We are long Tesla. Look at Nat gas still pumping. Let's see Nvidia. Nvidia coming in a touch here at the moment. Go to Nvidia's 5-minute chart. SMCI also trying to make a strong reversal. Still slightly weak though. QQQ is up 0.5%. I still think we can probably push a little bit higher based off of the sell side, based off of the charts that Microsoft are setting up on. Still think we could probably have a bit of a trend to the upside today. Shake out a little bit of the weak sellers. Still have a little bit of weakness in Tesla and SMCI. SMCI is trying to put in a bullish reversal. That one's potentially staging a long here on SMCI. Meta's still trying to push a little bit higher here in the near term. Tesla's trying to put in a little bit of reversal, so we are long and strong here on Tesla. It is getting a nice bid at the moment. Qs are still floundering in this range. Again, still holding my QQQ 417.57 from last week. That was our day trade long on the Qs, 417.57 average. Day trade long on the Qs, but I do suspect we should probably try to make a move above that zone. SMCI catching some more buyers, trying to make a little bit of recovery here. Members, we just took a bit of profits on our Lululemon trade, and please I'm still remaining long with the second half, just moving stops to break even, so that trade is now risk-free on Lululemon. If we pull up that chart, Lululemon has had a significant bounce, a pretty tremendous move off of the lows, a nice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-day surge into a gap. So I've taken a nice little chunk of profits off of Lulu and now looking to ride the rest of the position. It is risk-free with a break-even stop. Where I think Nvidia probably retests today is about 820, 825. Obviously, granted, the Qs need to remain firm for that to happen. Again, some of the top gainers: Nvidia, Globalive, Salesforce, Ford, Amazon, Las Vegas, Robert Half, Lululemon, Zoetis, Meta, Micron. Win some of the laggers: Cardinal Health, Tesla, Newmont, Freeport, McMahon. So a lot of the commodity-based stocks, copper, gold miners, getting hit quite substantially here. Take a look at this. These are the top movers of the S&P. So again, you have Nvidia still under pressure. Bart asking what's my thoughts on SMCI. Let's take a quick peek. Yeah, I'm still holding my SMCI. I'm still holding. Down on the trade right now, but I'm still holding. Still think we make another move higher here in the near term. So we're still long Tesla, long the Qs from last week. Guys, I just took a 750 call on SMCI. 750 call on SMCI. I got filled at 26.50 a contract. $26.50 a contract. Expiry end of the week. I'm not going to add yet. I mean, if you have the ability, where I could see it flushing to if we get a little bit nasty here, is probably back down to the daily 100 moving average, which is sitting at 659.30. So that's kind of the area I like on SMCI. If we flushed back down to 659, around that 659 zone, that's where I'd look to potentially add a little bit more to the position. Still seeing it under a little bit of pressure at the moment. Tesla's still trying to move up off of the lows. QQQ, you can see it getting rejected off this 417.50 zone. So just not quite ready to officially break out here. You can see that there's a downsloping trend line connecting this pivot to this pivot to this pivot zone, which we're trying to hold right now. We're trying to hold. SMCI is coming in though. At the moment, the Dixie's softening, so the Dixie is starting to wane a little bit in the near term here. You see Nvidia weakening a touch here, Apple getting rejected. So everything's pretty much seeing some harsh sell side pressure at the moment. Still have weakness in staples, utilities, materials, and energy. But then your tech-based sectors, consumer discretionary, communications, they're all actually strong on the session. ARM is now up 4%. Nat gas still up 3.5%. Bitcoin up 1.5%. MicroStrategy ripping here. SMCI is trying to get going. I still think the Qs are likely to push even higher here. If we look at the 10-minute chart, still had a really big sell side day over the last couple sessions. I mean, just a basic retrace. Let's look at the daily chart of this Qs and just go through things really quickly. Whoops. You can see a nice bullish recovery. Again, we're riding 750 calls, and my average on the common shares are sitting down here. Again, at 761. But QQQ trying to get back above this little gap fill on the daily. That's an important level as well. As of now, Qs are just trying to consolidate in this range and potentially push a bit higher here. So we'll keep that 1-minute chart on watch. Actually, let's just flip to the 10. Just bear with me while I straighten out this screen. So we're trading at 417.50 on the Qs. We're seeing SMCI make a nice bullish recovery. We're seeing Tesla make a little bit of a bullish recovery. Again, I think it's pretty impeccable to see what level Tesla's now trading into. This could be marking the near-term bottom of a potential reversal zone in Tesla. Nice still continuation move in the Qs, trying to push higher and break this 417.50 zone again. Haven't been able to do so just yet. Again, we're already up nicely on the SMCI calls. We took them at 26.50, and they're already sitting between 30.40 and 30.90. We're looking for 7.50 to get in the money, so we're about 20 bucks away. QQQ still looks like it's trying to trend a bit here. So still a nice reaction in the Qs. Still seeing Nat gas holding above $2. Nvidia is still trying to press here in the near term. QQQ still running into a little bit of resistance in this range. Again, my measured move to the upside on the QQQ today, just based off of what we've done last week, is actually all the way back up to 421. That's my measured move on the Qs, 421, guys. And 421 really puts us all the way back up. There's this little bit of a, I'll just show it to you on my other screen. Just give me a second here. But there's a really cool trend line going all the way back to your April 2nd pivot and your April 4th pivot. So this is a cool trend line that I'm observing. This is the trend line I think we're going to retest at some point, whether it's today or tomorrow. Pivot, pivot, all through this little breakdown zone here. Bounce, bounce, rejection, bigger breakdown. I think that's where we likely retest to. And the Qs are trying to make a move right now. Look at that move. Look at that stellar move, guys. Look at that move. What a rip. What a rip. Alright guys, I just sold my 417.57 here from last week. I just exited that day trade long on the Qs. I'm all out on the Qs for that day trade. Still holding SMCI, Tesla, And obviously, members, we all know why we accumulated longs last week. We hit the buy button on a significant amount of names last week. CGC coming down for an entry and rally, potentially. What's CGC doing? It's up 0.88. It has been faded slightly today, which is short-term concern, but definitely looks like it probably is going to move up at some point. It's just a matter of being patient with that name. You obviously just had 420. So we're still seeing the Qs pushing here. We remain long and strong, still holding Apple, still holding Tesla. Obviously the semiconductors, SMCI calls, SMCI long. Qs are still pushing. Look at that ramp up in the Qs, guys. We're still holding Tesla at 139.70. SMCI common shares at 761. We're also holding the calls on SMCI. 750 call expiring the end of the week. Again, I got filled at 26.50. And we're now between 31.40 and 32. And it does look like this one wants to make a potential bullish recovery. I mean, you hit that EMA 113, this SMCI could actually rip all the way up to 812, which would give us a huge in the money position. A huge in the money position. Look at Tesla still just ripping here, guys, on the smaller term time frame. Tesla hit the mother of all trend lines today. If you look on the daily chart, even the weekly chart actually, look at this little bit of a channel that we hit today. Pivot all the way back to 2020, pivot to pivot. You also have a weekly gap fill or a daily gap fill sitting at that 144. So Tesla's in a huge accumulation range, even trying to break down out of this falling wedge, which is typically a rare signal. So Tesla seeing definitely some buyers off of this range. If we back test and hold this 417 area again, that's a bit of a long signal. And again, this is why people were, I got a few questions last week, and why are we buying when everything's collapsing? Why do we take profits? We closed some shorts. We switched and flipped back to the long side. Members know last week I was net short, and then basically within 1 week or a couple days, we flipped from net short to net long. Going into today's session, we were net long, and it's been a nice little bounce. Trump fan club, welcome. I'm a bear, shorting till the 26th. April, big results coming. Meta, Tesla, Chevron, Ford. Yep, you got big earnings season coming up. And what's interesting is the big sell-off happened right ahead of mega cap tech earnings. So a couple things. One, earnings could be horrific. Or two, earnings could be stellar. And maybe they just wanted a little bit of an entry into some names before they take the market down a bit. So a lot of different potentials at bay here in the market. Still seeing resource stocks strong. Qs are coming in a little bit here. Crypto stocks phenomenally strong. Just ripping here. A little bit of weakness continuing in Netflix, XOM, AMC's down, Spirit Airlines down again. So still some weakness across the board, but definitely much more strength in the market today with mega cap tech being strong. QQQ coming in a touch here at the moment. Dixie's still fading. Yields are still a little bit soft. SE up 11% on the session. That one's a nice mover. Disney slightly weak. PayPal's catching a bid. SMCI still struggling in this range. Yields have faded slightly, still looking to press higher potentially. QQQ, SMCI still really struggling in this range. Quite surprising to see SMCI so weak, but the semis are QQQ still trying to hold the lion's share of its gains, still seeing some weakness in SMCI, trying to be shaken out here at the moment. Qs are coming in a touch. So Tesla is still making a nice recovery to the upside. Nat Gas still trying to hold above the $2 level, the whole psychological number of $2. Tesla's still pushing here, guys. Apple taking a breather. Google, Meta taking a breather. SMCI retesting 700 here. QQQ seeing a little bit of selling off that 418 range, 418.30 range. Alright guys, I just trimmed my Tesla day trade position. I sold the Tesla day trade off this 139.70 level for a lovely 3.3%. I'm still holding the swing trade with members, but we took profits on Tesla. Nice win. Still holding SMCI. Took profits on the Qs. Oil's trying to catch a little bit of a buyer's bid at the moment. Still seeing Tesla. Tesla was down almost 5% at the lows there. It's made a nice recovery off the lows. Still looking to potentially put in a bit of a daily bottoming tail. Reversal potential. SMCI still struggling. QQQ taking a little bit of a down candle there. Apple still trying to press it a little bit in the near term as Microsoft's coming in. Meta's starting to come in. SMCI still struggling a bit here as the Qs fall. Bitcoin still hovering above 66,000, still showing positive signs after the halving has occurred. SMCI is now trying to firm up a touch. Again, SMCI is hitting that daily EMA 113. Hasn't even started to participate with this market bounce. So we could still see a catch-up play on SMCI. It seems that you've done a little bit of harsh selling in the morning, shaking out people here as the market is strong. This one could firm up really, really sharply, SMCI. Tesla's still trying to gain momentum. Again, upside measured move today is 421 on the Qs, guys. 421 on the Qs. And what would it take getting there? It would take Tesla continuing to go from red to green. It would take SMCI potentially going from red to green. But semis are strong right now, and you still have Tesla and SMCI lagging, which means that the market still could firm up a touch more if we see some of those weaker names firm up. Aurora's gone negative. Canopy Growth still showing some positivity. Meta's up half. Amazon's up 1.2. Google's up 1.2. Nvidia's up 3.5. Apple's up 0.36. So that one still has plenty of room to run. Silver getting clobbered down 4.5. Gold down 2.3. Absolute clobbering price action there. That tells us that, again, this market does have potential signs of rallying more today because a little bit of exodus from the precious metal space is telling us that fear is starting to potentially exit this market. So a little bit of fear-based selling is starting to wane, which means that the indices can and will likely potentially pump higher here. High risk play, guys. I'm going to enter a 419 call on the Qs. 419 0 DTE call on the Qs. But really, I'm only going to stay in the trade if we stay above this key trend line here. So I got filled at 76 cents a contract, 419 call. SMCI is trying to move up. If that one can go positive, we should see some more strength in the market. Again, we're in a 419 QQQ0 DT call. Copper showing strength, green versus the rest of the metals. Interesting observation. Let's take a peek. Yeah, well, copper I actually have on my futures chart just slightly negative, down by 0.16%. So relatively not a big move right now in copper. But again, you do have commodity-based stocks under pressure, minus nat gas. You have oil negative, copper slightly negative, gold stocks, silver stocks getting hammered to the downside right now. LAC looking good for a swing trade, nice volume. Let's look at Lithium Americas Corp, LAC. Daily chart, again, this one's still inside of its gap down bar. That's your gap down bear range. You really haven't made a move out of this range, so pretty much anything inside of this range is bearish at the moment. Until you get a daily close above, then you could look for bullish price action. Right now it's just shorting the top of this range and buying the low of this range. That's pretty much the strategy that is occurring. So until we get a definitive break, I have to remain on the sidelines. You can scalp short on the top, you can bottom on the long. But a break of the low end of this range equals much, much lower price action. A break of the high of this range, you could start trying to push up to about 530, 540 on the charts. I see this big resistance pivot as your next resistance on the upside. Downside support is going to be about 410, 409. Lululemon still continuing. Nat gas resource stocks are looking phenomenally strong. Alright guys, I'm still holding this QQQ call, but I'm looking to potentially exit with a loss. We're down about 4 cents there. Still holding at the moment. The sell side pressure there came from Nvidia and Meta. Meta's actually looking a little bit weak at this point. It's looking like it's trying to come down again. Apple's still consolidating, potentially bullishly here, trying to make it a little bit of a run higher. Wow. Nat gas stocks like EQT breaking out of an hourly chart pattern. Nice little breakout on EQT today, up 1.83%. Still seeing incredible weakness in SMCI. It really hasn't firmed up at all yet. SMCI's at 687.29. You also have the weekly 20 MA. Weekly 20 MA, so that should be some support. That's where the S&P has bounced sharply, is off that weekly 20 MA. And SMCI is trading very, very close to that on the weekly chart. Lululemon still ferociously printing here to the upside. Qs are getting slightly rejected, potential little head and shoulders. Now we got to watch for potentially losing this 417 level, 416.90. Wow, Lululemon is a beast today, up 2.78% and climbing. QQQ trying to break lower here, guys. QQQ is trying to break lower. You're still back testing this breakout trend line. It is a down sloping trend line, so price action could go lower. Seeing Nvidia trying to push back up, Amazon curling down a bit, getting rejected at that 50-day. Bitcoin still looking bullish, trying to push higher. Google trying to consolidate on the 10-minute chart. Nice support being tagged here at this 416.90 range on the Qs again. Still seeing strength in EQT. Look at these nat gas plays. Look at this breakout on EQT. Massive, massive monster move. Let's look at AR. AR is also trying to break out. LNG. That one's lagging a touch here. But really the strength is from nat gas, right? Continuing to hold this $2 level. This could be a high flying volume breakout here for nat gas. If we get a daily breakout above this little trend line from pivot to pivot to pivot this week, I mean, this thing's going to fly. You could even see 218 this week. Easily. Now you have SMCI trying to participate. So remember, this one's been a lagger today as the markets have strong. So if you still see some firming up in Tesla and SMCI, that could put a little bit more of an underlying bid in the Qs. And we could see that one trying to push up itself. Let's see what else we got on the docket here. Healthcare trying to break out. We can take a peek. So a nice couple other trades there, members. I just sent out another alert. Took profits on another swing trade that we've been holding over the last couple weeks during this market turbulence. The trade is now risk-free. Please move your stop on the second half up to break even. So riding a couple nice risk-free trades here this week. Already taken a nice amount of profits. XLV, let's take a look at XLV. Yeah, this sector obviously has been weak, and it's back testing its little support zone here. You can see that little breakout, pivot to pivot to pivot. You should expect a bounce here, and this is why we started accumulating longs and names, because a lot of sectors were beaten down. This sector probably wants to retest your EMA 113 on the daily. That's your next resistance, and then your gap, and then your previous little breakdown zone at 141.60. But definitely trying to firm up here and break out of a little bit of a bear range. You can see you've established a little bit of a consolidation range on the Qs, which you are breaking out, on XLV, which you are breaking out right now. So again, probably resistance in the near term, 140.60. if you can get above this pivot. As of now, markets are seeing a little bit of minor sell side pressure. Guys, I just exited those QQQ 419 calls for a small loss for about 14 cents per share. I did exit those QQQ calls, 419 calls, for about 14-cent loss on the position. So apologies about that one. All right, let's settle back into here as it's now 10:14 on the time frame. The big move has definitely happened. We were pretty much net long going into this market bounce. Members know we accumulated several long positions on Friday, as well as a couple new ones today. Still seeing if SMCI can firm up for us. Again, I still have an upside target today on SMCI, especially if the market remains firm. SMCI should try to push up for 770. That's where I could see SMCI pushing. So about a $70 rally from current levels on SMCI. Still seeing nat gas resource stocks ripping up to the high side. Amazon curling down. Meta still under pressure. Tesla potential bull flag. So yeah, it's common sense. On second glance, actually looks like a decent Bible range long term. Yep, definitely. We've touched base on that with members. So Qs are actually weakening here just a touch, guys. QQQ is weakening here just a touch. We are seeing the markets come under a little bit of pressure, potentially triggering a little bit of a bearish break of this head and shoulders. Again, now that we're below this trend line, we really got it. We haven't received a close yet below it. But if you break that, then your next support is really down here at 415.20. And it is seemingly appearing that the markets are being slightly faded here in the near term. Not too much sell side pressure, but definitely some. And where it's being observed is Meta. Meta just went negative. Microsoft is also appearing to potentially go negative. Nvidia is still up about 2.93. Amazon's faded from its highs. I do anticipate that at some point we should get a continuation bounce and move. Still think this could be a trend day to the upside. Even though we've gapped up, and they typically have been fading gap ups. That's the only concerning thing, is that we have seen the majority of the gap ups recently have been faded, but I'm still seeing the fact that the majority of sectors are green right now, that this gap up may hold. And considering we were entering this gap up in a much, much more oversold condition, I do think that we could still press. But as of now, technical chart showing a bit of a weakness. It's just still holding above this downsloping trend line. This is the area where QQQ should be defended, backtesting this previous little trend line. And we could be shaping up for an inverted head and shoulders pattern here, guys, on the Qs. We could be shaping up a bullish pattern. Here you have your left shoulder. Here you have your head. This could be a right shoulder forming. And if we break out of this little neckline, how you would draw it would be this little trend line. And if we break out of that, you're looking at a potential measured move from that upslope, another $5.30 move on the Qs, which again puts us basically all the way back up to this 423 range. So we'll just mark that on the chart. I don't think we're going to hit that today, although there's still a scenario of hitting 421. We just have to watch how we develop off of this range here on this pattern. As of now, we are breaking down pretty sharply at the moment. Again, the sell side pressure is coming from Microsoft and Meta primarily, and Amazon. Apple's still holding up okay, but a decent sized breakdown occurring. So we'll see if we get this right shoulder development on the Qs, or if they want to take us a little bit lower today. Still seeing SMCI and Tesla lagging. Nat gas still up 3.6, EQT pumping up 2.18, IQ up 2.93. Regionals are slightly green, Lululemon positive. Canopy growth is down 2.4. That one went negative. Same thing with Aurora, down 1.8. MSOS down 1.83 on the session. Oil slightly negative. Baba showing some strength. Netflix still down 1.5%. Boeing slightly green. Enphase up 2.2. JP Morgan up 1. The Jets ETF up 1. Squares up 1.8. Neo slightly green. DraftKings green. Ethereum green. So we're still seeing the QQQ under a bit of pressure here. SMCI is trying to go lower. Now back under the psychological number of 700. Qs are still struggling in this range. Wow, imagine they take the Qs negative. That would be pretty ferocious. That would be pretty ferocious if they took the Qs back to the negative side. And the Dixie is still holding above 106. All right, I'm taking a 417 call on the Qs, guys. 417 0DT call on the Qs. Got filled at 87 cents. 87 cents. Again, this is a high risk trade because we are selling off. I'm going to add, if we hit into this gap fill, I'll add to the position. SMCI continuing to fall. It's now down on the session quite sharply and still seeing some relative weakness. Down 3.73 at the moment. Piercing that weekly 20 MA on SMCI. Pretty harsh fall. Alright guys, I just added to SMCI there. I added to my SMCI at 686. 686. My average now in SMCI is 726.53 on just common shares. This one's a high risk trade. Very high risk trade. And we're still seeing it fall. Nvidia reversing. QQQ almost trying to go negative at the moment. SMCI is now down on the session 4.54% and selling off pretty sharply at the moment. What is happening to Nvidia? You're just seeing more semis break down. Still a lot of sell side pressure from last week. Still people are nervous about the earnings potentially coming up. SMCI still selling off sharply. QQQ is about to go negative on the session. Wow. Quite astonishing price action here. SMCI still coming in. Just does not want to bounce at all. No bounce yet in SMCI. When this one does bounce, it's going to be epic. As of now, Microsoft went to the negative side. Nvidia about to go negative. Meta got absolutely obliterated. That one's negative. Apple's still holding on. But it does seem the Qs are being faded here in pretty quick fashion. So a full round trip on the Qs has been observed. I'm going to add to my QQQ at the gap. I'm going to add to my QQQ. Even in this vicinity, I'm interested. Alright, I just added to my QQQ calls. 417 calls at 68 cents. So that's my second entry. Alright, back down we go. Nat gas stock still holding up well. Would you go long Nvidia here? No, I think you're at the gap fill. You're at a reasonable entry. Qs are approaching its gap. I think it's a reasonable entry to try to pick Nvidia here. Just keep a tight stop loss on Nvidia. I mean, if we do start to sell off hard here, really you don't want to let this go against your on the low here. So your low of day, that's kind of your stop loss where you should be on Nvidia if we start to break that zone. But I think that this is a good risk to reward entry. Obviously, we're accumulating SMCI here, and we're down on the position at the moment. And we're also buying QQQ calls, 417 calls, sitting at 75 cents average on the cons. Bitcoin trying to make another move higher here. So you still have the Russell positive, Q's positive, SPY positive, but everything has faded quite sharply here. Everything has faded quite sharply, with SMCI negative. Amazon appears to be trying to go flat to negative. Meta's negative. Microsoft's negative. AMD's gone negative. But again, there should be some sort of relief bounce. This is just another secondary entry opportunity in what I think is probably a likely trend day to the upside continuation. Obviously, the trend to the upside got completely demolished, but I think this is the market makers giving a little bit of a chance at taking some longs in this range. I still think there's a better risk reward setup right now. All right, so we're now in the green on those QQQ calls by about 2 cents. SMCI is trying to bounce off our last ad entry. Again, common shares are still sitting at 726.53, and we're still riding 750 calls end of the week on SMCI. Yep, we're almost at the day's lows, you're right. So that's why we took profits on some positions across the board. And now we just get another opportunity to enter these trades on the long side. And I do think that we get a bounce, a pretty sharp bounce from these current levels. SMCI, say, tagging the weekly 20 moving average. SMCI hitting weekly chart support off of a nice 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks of consecutive selling. We are hitting that weekly 20 MA. Take a look at that. Nice weekly chart support, as well as daily chart support. You're hitting that EMA 113. So multiple factors of confluence sitting in that region for SMCI. This one, once it starts to gain a bit of reversal and momentum back to the upside, obviously you saw how quickly it fell to the downside with that horrific over 20% move on Friday. So this is a name that once you start to put in that reversal, you're going to likely have buyers come in. Remember, we're still in a raging semiconductor AI bull market. This is the first pullback from all-time highs. You've seen Nvidia bounce. It was up over 3% at the highs. Obviously getting faded as of now, but still think that some of these semiconductors are set for a bit of a technical bounce in the near term. Especially SMCI when it's fallen, from the highs of 1220, 1230 all the way down to now 693. So since really March, SMCI has been chopped in half. Very minor bounce. Even the recent sell-off from, just above 1,020 down to about 675. That's a 33% decline with really no dead cat bounce yet. No dead cat bounce yet. So, just using a measured move from your 1,020 pivot high down to today's low on SMCI, a simple fib retrace bounce should take us back to about 754 on the chart. That could even happen today. As long as the Qs try to firm up here, that could happen today. So you're trying to see the Qs bounce a little bit here. AbbV, nice chart. Chris is looking at AbbV, ABBV. Dixie's still coming in more. Let's look at AbbV, ABBV. SMCI is still moving up. Yeah, nice looking chart intraday. AbbV's, I think AbbV could probably pull back a little bit, fill this gap, and then have a bit of an inverted head and shoulders pattern to potentially play. But you have broken out short term here, intraday chart. So potentially, yeah, there's an inverse head and shoulders on the hourly chart that has triggered, which should give us an upside move to about 176.39. So it is looking quite strong at this point to press higher here. Let's look back at Tesla, see if that one's continuing. That one's still trickling in, but nice to see SMCI firming up across the board here. Nat gas resource stock still trying to press itself. SMCI is trying to turn a corner here and firm up. It's trying to get back above 700. Again, I still think that SMCI is shaping up for a massive reversal. I still think the Qs could probably push back to these highs of the day. And now you still have a potential inverted head and shoulders. Despite losing this neckline, there's still a potential forming a higher low here. And could be a right shoulder. So we'll watch that carefully because we are in the calls. I am probably going to step away early. It's a beautiful day outside here. I'm going to get some gardening done. Get some hands dirty. Sun is shining. Lots to do outside. But I'm still liking potential longs here. I'm seeing the Dixie fading. Microsoft trying to put in a low. Google still coming in. Tesla coming in, seeing some sellers. Nat gas resource stock still trying to press a bit in the near term. So nice breakout there in the Qs, guys. We're riding 417 calls. Up nicely on those calls. So we're looking for Qs to pretty much retest the high of day. SMCI firming up since we last added. It's had a nice bounce. So still seeing that one trying to firm up here. I still think SMCI can go from red to green today. Obviously, market saw that initial sell side candle, but the Dixie's fading here. It's slightly only up now by about 0.1%. Yields have also slightly faded, so I do think that indices can still make a little bit more of an attempt to move back to the high of day. Okay, we're still technically oversold, even though we gapped up, faded the majority of the gap. I still think the fact that we held above that gap is a little bit of a near-term positive. We can always come back down and test it, but the fact that the bears tried pushing us into that gap and they kind of just failed right before that, it's a little bit of a short-term bullish sign in my opinion in the moment. Couple questions. We got today's snow. Beautiful day. We got today's snowfall. Wow, Bart, you got snow. That's unfortunate. Collector, Bit Heroes Media, I'm just an ape, but something serious is happening at AMC. Stock history repeating itself just like 2020. Be ready. AMC ape saying be ready. Uh-oh. Let's look at AMC's chart. 326, it's up 3% today. Yeah, trying to make a little bit of a bullish reversal off of the lows here. Weekly chart, a nice weekly engulfing candle last week when the market was negative. Look at the QQQ push, guys. Those contracts are now printing. Again, we're riding 417 calls on the Qs, and we were at 75 cents. But yeah, AMC trying to get back-to-back consecutive weeks. We'll see if it fizzles out at kind of a move like this. There's a potential for that. But as of now, if the indices continue to bounce, AMC probably wants to push back for this gap around 434. Just see, yeah, extremely oversold still in the weekly chart. So, I mean, yeah, this one could move up, but still a very, very weak name. Still a very, very weak name. Let's look back at Tesla. Again, guys, still looking for 417 calls to go in the money. 417 calls. QQQ trying to grind its way higher here at the moment. Again, Tesla hitting massive, massive long-term support. SMCI back above 700. This one's trying to make its red to green reversal. So seeing a nice move on SMCI, guys. That's going to instill a lot more confidence in the semis. When you have all semiconductors starting to turn the corner and go back to the green side, that's typically a good thing. Whiskey Business, what do you think about COHR? Just filled a daily gap, is up about 2%. Let's look at COHR. Yeah, so this one's, I see the gap you're looking at, this massive, massive technical gap. I think as long as you remain above that, you can try to play calls and longs off of this zone. There is support there. There's definitely support there. Nice oversold condition. You probably will get a bit of a dead cat bounce off this area, and then I do think you make one more little low. But definitely a nice pullback into your first support range. Not a bad looking charts. You have earnings coming up. Obviously, you have to be mindful of even back testing that EMA 113 would be a little bit more support, but definitely an entry potential on the long side here. I don't mind you bottom picking it as long as you stay above this 49.50 gap. But yeah, definitely a stronger looking chart intraday. It's forming a nice little potential bull flag pattern. The only concerning thing is that you're still inside of this wide range reversal bar. So you need to get above that little pivot, this little pivot high here on this candle. If you can get a few closes above that, then you could move up. Right now, everything is still technically inside bar bearish consolidation. This was your reversal. Tried making a move up, tried getting a couple closes above it. You keep getting rejected. So that's the level to beat. That's your resistance. That's your support. But not a bad looking chart. A lot of charts look like that. They've had these pullbacks into support. SMCI is still trying to firm up here. Qs are still trying to stair step its way higher in the near term. Nat gas still phenomenally strong right now. Oil's even trying to make a bit of a red to green reversal, trying to firm up here off of the lows. But nat gas up holding over $2 like a champ, up 3.94% today, and still trying to build a little momentum off of that region. Bart's saying he doesn't know, but he wants to hit the sell button on nat gas. Let's look at the nat gas daily chart to try to help you make a decision on what you should do. Stair-stepping its way higher. I mean, looking at the hourly chart first, nat gas has had a nice breakout. Let's actually just clean up everything here. So just looking at this hourly chart, right, you can see this nice rounding formation on nat gas. You are approaching, obviously, this resistance, this high pivot resistance zone at 203, 204. But in the grand scheme of things, nat gas has had a technical breakout today. Nice little inverse head and shoulders. This pattern should see upside at least to about 214, 215 based off of this hourly chart breakout. Obviously, again, there will likely be some sellers here at this resistance after you've had a nice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours of consecutive rally into that point. But daily chart, I mean, this is shaping up for a nice potential, even a bigger breakout on the daily chart. So what we're observing here is a nice little rounding formation with a mini cup and handle. Kind of have your W pattern, a little bit of a higher low base here. So if you break out of this zone, then the pattern is even actually bigger, and the upside target is bigger. But just based off of this little potential daily, if you get a close above 205, then you have a daily chart breakout, which sends you all the way back up to 240 on the charts. I have a big resistance zone right around this level, 230, 225, in and around that range. So if you want to trim your profits, by all means, it's up to you if you're getting nervous. But could we see a correction back test lower? Absolutely. But I still think the grander chart pattern is setting up for a little bit of a bigger move in the near term. Still seeing SMCI trying to firm up here. QQQ still holding support. Hopefully that helps you. And again, you look at some of the strongest stocks in the market today. Nat gas resource stocks performing very, very well. Whether it's LNG, EQT, AR. You know, EQT is up 2.5%. AR is up 1.93. So you're definitely seeing some strength back into the resource space. CPK is another one that's performing well. But nat gas still trying to charge a bit higher here in the near term. QQQ coming in. Guys, I'm going to add to my QQQ at the gap fill. I'll add to my calls at the gap fill. Let's look at where the sell side pressure is coming from. Nvidia seeing some weakness, Meta seeing some more weakness, Microsoft and Apple now coming in a touch more. So nice full round trip on Tesla. I mean, you had a magnificent bounce, which we caught in the morning, and now you're seeing it getting faded 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 minutes. Last hour, consecutive hour of sell side pressure on Tesla. SMCI still trying to find a bit of a bottom here. Still seeing QQQ trying to hold this gap fill. Let's see if we come down and fill it. Guys, again, I'm about to add to my QQQ 417 calls. I just added there, guys, at 57 cents. My average is now 64 cents a contract on 417s. Again, gap fills just lurking. There's still potential we can flush into that zone. We're testing it now. There's the gap. And we're appearing to try to go lower. Microsoft turned negative, AMD, SMCI, Tesla, AVGO, all negative on the session at the moment. So you're still seeing some pretty sharp sell side pressure at the moment. QQQ has now turned negative itself. So a full round trip from the gap up. Qs have now turned negative itself. I mean, we played Tesla earlier on this day trade long, and it's now approaching that level yet again. Wow. What a move lower. Chris is saying CGC jackpot play 777. Pretty funny. I have this chart with monthly performance of semis that could be helpful for everyone to see. How do I send it to you? Hey, it's Common Sense. You can send it to my email. I'll put in my Trading Capital email. SMCI is still trying to bottom here, guys, which makes me think that still think the Qs can get some sort of a bounce, but we've just been absolutely bludgeoned and sold into. Yet again, another gap up and crack. The question is, we're still much, much more oversold compared to the previous gap and crack sessions. So do we bounce? Do we keep fading? Is this an entry on the long side? You know, a lot of people missed the gap up on the morning because the sell side pressure was so immense on Friday. They didn't really want to enter. And now we're seeing the market completely getting faded yet again. Again, guys, I am probably going to take a break fairly shortly. Just trying to see if we can get a little bit of a market reaction and bounce. One of the viewers asking, is it margin calls selling the market? Potentially, potentially. But I just think that there's still a lot of fear in the market from Friday. Gap ups technically have a much higher shot of being faded at the moment, but you still have some strength across the sectors. It's really just the mega cap tech that got faded again. Typically after a big sell side move, you do get additional waves of selling. People aren't confident, maybe heading into earnings. You could be having some fear around earnings, not necessarily geopolitical fear, but earnings fears. Markets are still technically oversold now intraday, as well as on the hourly chart, 4-hour chart, and daily chart of the Qs. But we're trickling lower. QQQ negative, SPY holding on to the green, Russell holding slightly onto the green. What's interesting is that, even with this market sell-off, bonds caught a minor bid. The UVXY got slapped down 7.6%. Gold and silver getting slapped. So, where's the money going right now? It certainly hasn't moved directly back into the market. So it's still just showing potentially sitting on the sidelines. But even the Dixie has faded over the last 50 minutes. So at some point, there's going to be probably a big rally that can ensue. There's a lot of sell-side pressure that occurred last week. Still seeing a lot of selling occurring in other sectors like the commodity markets. So at some point, money is going to flow back into the market. It's just a matter of where is it going to flow. Right now, regionals are still holding steady at 0.7%. Couple other questions there. Tommy asking, what do you think about CCJ long term? So CCJ, you're looking at Cameco, looking for uranium bid. Obviously, we know uranium's been a monster mover over the last couple months, but it's been going through a bit of a consolidation phase. It's taking a breather. So if we look at the long-term trend of uranium, it's getting very choppy and sloppy in this range, which is telling us that there's people unloading, distribution is occurring. Now, weekly chart pattern, if you can get a break, you're above all the key moving averages. If you can get a break above this 31.58 pivot, we have an upside to about $45 on the chart. So I think that you have to remain bullish over the long term for uranium. But as of now, it's just going through a bit of a chop and slop. If you're wanting to take a long position in your uranium right now, like you're not at a bad technical level, you're hitting the daily EMA 113. On CCJ, the chart had a bit of an attempt at breaking out and then got rejected. So this one, believe it or not, could actually trend a bit lower to its next support, which is where probably back at that EMA 113. It's definitely showing a little bit more relative strength compared to uranium, but since you actually have the URA ETF hitting its daily 113, I think that I would likely be a buyer for uranium at the EMA 113. QQQ getting a nice little bid here. QQQ getting a nice little bid. Again, I'm sitting at 417 calls, 64 cents a con. We're down about 9 cents per contract. QQQ's trying to go back to the green side. Still holding SMCI, trying to move up. Just 1 second there. All right, guys. So the collector Bit Heroes Media again pumping AMC. So anyone going long AMC, you can thank collector for it if you make money, and he's giving full refunds if you lose money. So DM him. Right now we're seeing the Qs under a little bit of pressure. Microsoft breaking down at the moment. So Microsoft is seeing some heavy sell side pressure, which is hurting the Qs in the near term. You also have Meta forming a bear flag. Not healthy price action in Microsoft. Down another 0.75%. Yet again, a harsh sell side day for Microsoft, getting reversed into at the high of 402.58. Now down below 396 and falling. Your daily EMA 113 on Microsoft is sitting at 394.63, 394.43. Daisy May, gas and garbage. Pump and dump. You're welcome, Tommy. You're welcome. You're welcome. Tesla getting faded. Microsoft still heavy. Qs are still trying to hold this slight positive gains with this gap up. SMCI is still trying to firm up. So not really the healthiest price action in the QQQ market at the moment. Obviously, you do have some aspects trying to firm up. Dixie trying to firm up. Tesla right back down to the low. So now Tesla's into a previous day trade long level. If we get a pierce below 140 again, I'm going to look at another day trade long on Tesla. A pierce below 140 gets me interested. So I'm watching it closely. Come on. Anything? There it is, 139.99. I'm long Tesla again, guys. 139.99. This is a 1/4 position. Day trade long on Tesla. 139.99. Basically, for the day trade, I will add back down at these pivots 138.85 for the second entry. So we are long Tesla. We're still holding long SMCI. And we have some QQQ calls on watch. SMCI catching a nice bid. Tesla catching a nice bid as well, trying to at least. Come on, Qs, get your butt up there. Apple sinking. Yep, Apple, Microsoft heavy, right? The trend is. Thank you, it's common sense. I'll take a look. So you sent over a little bit of a chart. No problem, it's common sense. Appreciate the chart though. So QQQ breaking down even more at the moment. The sell side pressure again, Microsoft continuing to bleed, Meta continuing to bleed. SMCI is trying to hold a bit firm here at the moment. just going to pull up this chart that one of the viewers sent. If I can actually get it going here, just give me a second. Nice bounce on Tesla. I'll try to put it up momentarily. Qs are still breaking down here, guys. Tesla firming up, but Microsoft, Meta, Amazon looking heavy. Apple's trying to bounce. Microsoft's trying to bounce here. Add another screen. That's what I'll do. Accept. QQQ still struggling here. Again, you still have now Microsoft trying to firm up. Meta's still weak. Bitcoin curling down a bit. Love the cat in the background. Thank you, thank you. Mindfulness meditation. Can you take a look at Visa earnings tomorrow? Wondering what your thoughts are. Thanks. The cat and the dog are almost the highlights. You guys are funny. I'll take a look at Visa momentarily. I'm just trying to connect to another link here so I can show that chart that one of the viewers sent to me. It's regarding semiconductor seasonality periods, which I think is important since semis are the backbone of the market. Why doesn't that want to connect? Aha, there it is. Very weird. Very weird that it's not connecting at the moment. Let's see. So based off of, let me see if I can pull it up again. I don't know why this isn't coming up. I'm trying to pull up the seasonal chart of the semis. Basically, April's a very, very weak seasonally period for the semiconductors. Not too sure why it's not trying to appear here for me. You know what? Let's actually do this. Okay, so I've got this seasonality trend chart up. I'm just going to flip to it. So It's Common Sense sent us this little performance, and basically it does show us the seasonality trends of SMH. Currently we're in April. Look at the down years previously in April. Very, very strong track record of having significant declines in April. So historically we're following that very, very similar trend pattern of downside pressure in the semiconductors. And what that means is look at the bounce you typically get in May. Typically a very, very strong session. Obviously you did have 2018, 2019 as some down moves. But the last 4 years, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, all resulted in negative April prints. And then again, the previous month in May all resulted in positive prints. So it shows you if you're buying into the weakness, you typically get rewarded. This is basically what this is telling me. Again, my members know we have been starting to accumulate now positions in semiconductors just with the recent sell-off that occurred. We just started accumulating on Friday. So typically buying into this weakness is usually a good sign. So thank you for sharing that chart. Much, much appreciated. So It's Common Sense sent us this chart. So it's a nice little chart to kind of dissect and go through on your own time, but it does show you some of the trends. All right, flipping back to the markets now. Again, some of our biggest movers: Ford, DaVita, Las Vegas, Lulu, United Airlines, some of the biggest losers: Tesla, Verizon, a lot of your commodity-based stocks, SMCI also on that list. At the moment, the Qs are still just struggling. Typically get rewarded unless a nuke goes off. Yep. Ain't that the truth? No one gets rewarded if that happens. Alright, Qs are still falling, looking like they want to probably try to test the lows. Let's take a quick peek now at some other stocks here. We're still seeing SMCI, Nat Gas still trying to press. Semiconductors are getting hit though to the downside at the moment. I'm doing my final ad here on the Qs, guys. My final ad here at 414 to my 417 calls. Got filled at 33 cents a con. 33 cents a con. And we're falling even more now. Approaching 11:15 time frame. So my average is now sitting at 50 cents a contract on the 417s. 50 cents a con on the 417s. Tesla coming lower, SMCI struggling a touch here. Apple coming in, Microsoft trying to bounce. QQQ still seeing some sellers trying to take hold of price action in mega caps yet again. Mega caps are weak on the session. Qs are negative, SPY, Russell positive. Another gap and crack type of day. Another gap and crack type of day. Not a good start to the week when the Qs bounce sharply, and then we haven't closed the session, but definitely not a positive start at the moment. Again, it's approaching that 11:30 time frame. I still think the Qs can probably retest the high of day, which is why we're buying calls here. Obviously a nice bounce there on the Qs, putting our position just slightly down. So that was a good little add. Holding long Tesla, long SMCI, long Qs via call options. So as of now, I still think Qs will retest this high. Upside target 421. Downside target 413 here. Kind of your low of day. Your previous low. On that note, I am going to take a bit of a break here, guys, as we approach 11:17. If anything else changes regarding the trades, I'll jump back on. But as of now, QQQ, gap and crack, faded, gold down 2.3, silver almost down 5%, VIX getting slapped around. So a lot of weakness still transitioning into the market, even though we had that massive sell side day on Friday. We were able to take a bit of profits with members, so nice job on some of those swing trades. And as of now, we're just looking to see if the markets can hold the low from Friday. If they don't hold the low from Friday, that's not a good sign. But I do suspect that there's a stronger chance that we hold this low and build from here. Still potential for a right shoulder forming here, but it's getting a little bit deep. We need to start to firm up now. Anybody that hasn't checked out my swing trading and day trading service, definitely check out tradingcapital.ca. We entered a couple new trades today with members, took profits on 2 swing trading positions, and those trades are now risk-free. We're holding longs on Lulu and Humana with members, and we're in the money on both trades, and the trades have even break-even stop losses, so those are risk-free. It's always nice to have risk-free trades because you've pared back profits, you've taken all the risk off the table now, and you're basically looking to see if these names can start trending in the near term. And if we have runners left on the position and they keep trending, then that will contribute to more profits for us. All right, flipping back to the Qs here. QQQ trying to form a little bit of a bottom here, but still semi-weak on the session. Still weak on the session. So let's see what happens off of this pivot. Do we reverse and build momentum, or do we just flail in this area all day long? Alright guys, I'm going to go silent off the mic. If anyone else has anything, put in the chat now, and we can try to do some review of some charts a little bit later. Oh yeah, there was Visa. I forgot Visa. Let's look at Visa. So obviously with the market, Visa has sold off. There's the trend line that I'm looking at that we're currently above it is this previous trend line. Obviously you do have your previous all-time high as major support. So I mean, you could bottom pick Visa, but with earnings, obviously it's risky. I like the fact that the selling into earnings has lessened the expectations. You know, you've had a nice sell-off, a 20-point sell from 290 all the way down here to 270. So it has lessened the expectation of Visa heading into earnings. But as of now, you're still super extended. I'd be a buyer back on Visa if we retested. Let me just drop a fib level. So if Visa dipped into this 382, this 245 zone, that's where I'd be a buyer. Start looking to accumulate. Right now, it's kind of still risky. You could get a pop back to new all-time highs, or you could easily get a drop. Right now, it's still a bit risky, even though you've had a bit of a sell-off. Based off of Visa's previous earnings reactions, every time you sell off into earnings and you have another gap down, it typically gets bought back up. So if you get a gap down on Visa's earnings, I think that's a buying opportunity, a strong buying opportunity. I'm betting on flailing. Thank you, Daisy May. Flailing around. All right, let's flip back to the QQQ 3-minute chart. Still trying to see some firming in price action. Qs are still peeling away here, guys. Peeling away on the Qs. You're welcome, Bringer Bear. Hey guys, just jumping back on the mic here. We are starting to see a little bit of the mega caps bottom here. QQQ obviously moving up nicely, getting above that 415 level as of now. So obviously the next resistance is your down sloping trend line. Get above that, and then it's pretty much your high of days. So Qs are trying to stage a little bit of a relief rally here at the near term, which is what's to be expected. As of now, those 417s are slightly up by about 11 cents a contract. So I'm still looking for further upside. I'm just going to mark 417 on the chart here with this green zone. And that's where we need to get for these calls to print pretty hard. And as of now, they are starting to press a bit higher. And in this range, I mean, if you want to start pairing back a little bit on the position, that's the prudent thing to do. And proper risk management. Nat gas still pushing higher. Oil's trying to make another push. Dixie's still trading above 106.23. Still have Microsoft down, SMCI down, Tesla down. So those names really haven't started to truly firm up just quite yet. But the Qs are now trading at 415.50. And again, we've been discussing a bit of a potential trend day to the upside reversal. If you take out this high pivot at some point in this afternoon session, this market's likely just going to keep trending. So it's a very tough way to step in on the short side. Looking at Tesla putting in a bit of a higher low. Now the markets are going to search for their next higher high. Alright guys, I'm going to hop back off and we'll see you a bit in the afternoon. But again, could be putting in a bit of a trend day barring any geopolitical events. And the trend will likely be confirmed if you break this high of day on the Qs. If you break this low, not a good sign. I will see you in a bit. Hey guys, welcome back here to the stream. So we're just seeing the cues approach this neckline of this rather large inverted head and shoulders pattern on the 10-minute chart. If this pattern breaks out, we have a substantial degree of upside ahead of us probably in the next day or two. But if this breaks out, this could start to be a nice solid trend into the afternoon. This is a trend you probably don't want to step in front of because the markets have sold off from a very, very sharp decline over the last several days, and you will have shorts starting to uncover. So this could be a potential relief rally where longs buy, people accumulating, as well as shorts covering. So watching this critical area, obviously we're still riding some call positions and long positions with some stop losses adjusted. And members, just keep riding some of these long plays because I do think that we're still shaping up for a continuation bounce here. Tesla's firmed up nicely. A little bit of a higher low on the chart here. QQQ at a big juncture at this point in time. Let's see the reaction and let's see what happens. I will be stepping away again from the mic, but just wanted to provide a quick little update on things. Chris saying CGC, if hourly close above 790, it will be a run to daily high around 830, assuming there is not a broad-based sell-off. So markets need to stay firm. Yep. DXY neckline head and shoulders. Paul, yes, I've been positioned since last week. CGC breaking. Need to stay above $8. So obviously some people are playing the marijuana stocks pretty intensely here. If we look at Canopy Growth, that one's trading at 790 at the moment. Daily chart, bouncing off of your 7-day moving average. This is a healthy trend. If you can get another daily high close, so you got that impulse breakout, confirmed higher daily close the next day, you're just holding at support. This is a powerful level. As long as you stay above that daily chart level, I think this one can press high. Minimum to gap at 1016, likely even make a new high in this trend. Obviously, marijuana stocks have been seeing some potential breakout scenarios here, and the market has been weak. So if the market can see some more liquidity flowing back into it, these could definitely be some beneficial plays. Hourly chart of Canopy needs to hold this impulse engulfing candle and build momentum further. Alright guys, I'm going to step away for a minute. Again, just be patient with this because this is a big level, 417 on the Qs. We've really been rejected at this pivot a couple times, and we're looking to try to make a bit of a higher high. That's when you get the long signal. A lot of market participants want to wait for that higher high. So once we break above this pivot, that's kind of the signal to go long, and you'll start to see some more accumulation. Alright guys, we'll see you on a bit later. Hey guys, welcome back to the live stream. It is now approaching 1:26 time frame, and we're seeing the Qs push up and break out here into the late afternoon session. So a nice continuation move occurring in the QQQ. Stocks like Tesla have held their lows, stocks like SMCI have held their lows, but still seeing SMCI weak on the session as well as Tesla. You've had Microsoft go from green to red and then red to green, so a lot of reversals happening intraday. I still suspect that names like SMCI and Tesla will likely firm up more based off of this breakout on the Qs. QQQ upside target is 423. 423 upside target on the Qs. I still think names like SMCI will catch up if the Qs break this high pivot. That's your technical signal for a higher high. Look at us squeezing here. Look at us squeezing here late into the close, into the afternoon session when the volume is lightening up and things are now starting to stabilize again. One of the big, obviously, technical signals is that risk assets are likely going to catch a bid here because gold and silver are selling off, dollar down, yields down. So definitely some strong momentum continuation moves. Those 417 calls that we entered in before I left, that I said I'd just let them ride, we entered in at 50 cents. 50 cents our average, and they're now sitting at $1.76. And I still think that they have much more upside, and this is a trend. Still holding SMCI, still holding Tesla day trade as well. We already traded it once off of this pop, made a nice chunk of change. Sold it, it came back down to retest the 130, pierce of 140, we bought again. Now again, names like SMCI will start to participate in this near-term rally. It could even go positive. I still have an upside target on SMCI of about 750. It could happen. You've seen the dollar fade. The Dixie's almost to the negative side. UVXY down 11%. Gold getting clapped down 2.5%. Silver down 5%. So massive move down in some important markets. And that's telling us that there could be a potential for a rather large bounce in this overall market. Look at that move. Beautiful move, guys. Beautiful move. Nice call on the 417 puts. I wish I entered at some 195s and I didn't. That worked out. Yeah. Guys, 417 calls are up to $2 now from 50 cents. $2. Alright, guys, I just sold them at $2. $2 all out of those 417 calls. Still holding SMCI, still holding Tesla shares, just basically closing some of the calls out. Look at that monster move, and names like Tesla and SMCI are still down, so this could continue. Nat Gas holding the lion's share of its gains. It's just been continued to grind higher of 4.61. Seen massive bids in names like IQ, EQT. Coinbase MicroStrategy has been pumping up 14.5%. Crazy move in MSCR. SPY's now up 1%. QQQ up about 1%. Russell's up 1.22%. Look at the squeeze coming into play in the market, guys, and this is what I warned you about. I said as soon as we clear this pivot, this is going to be a freight train to the upside that can definitely squeeze you out. This is going to be a hard, heavy freight train. Alright guys, this is where SMCI is going to start to move up and squeeze. How high can Apple go today? Just 1 second. Let's take a look at Apple. Yeah, Apple breaking out of a range. This is one that we're still holding long. 166.95 from last week. You know, daily chart breakdown, I think minimum a retest of 170. But just based off of this kind of a 2-day pop and then sell off, you know, I still think Apple's due for a fairly decent sized move here in the near term. You know, if we erase everything from, actually we'll keep that Apple chart up. Let me just erase some of these key pivots here. Let's just go to the one chart here for a second. I'll update you as things progress. So Apple obviously had that wedge pattern breakout on the daily. Broke out, confirmed, and then failed. Now you're right back down to that low end of the wedge. And you're getting a nice technical bounce. Minimum 170, I think, retrace, but likely even higher from there. You know, keep in mind, remember, when the market was trending new all-time highs, we kept seeing Apple down. Nasdaq was up, you know, 1.5%, Apple negative. I think we could go through a scenario where the Nasdaq now goes through distribution, sees weakness, and Apple could firm up. There's a new long-term wedge pattern that I think Apple's just going to chop in. And if we remove everything else, Apple's definitely much more oversold. But this could be the new wedge pattern. This little low pivot, draw it across. You can see we've had a bit of a technical breakdown. No confirmed break, reverse back up. So now there's always a chance we can push all the way back up to the high end of this wedge. It's a down-sloping trend line, so look for about, you know, 175, 173, 174 in that range. Sorry, my cat's just knocking over a bunch of my desk. Still have natural gas pushing higher. I think your question, Apple today, Bart. Let's take a look at the intraday pattern. Again, I still have more upside in the Qs tank. 421 was my upside in the Qs, so definitely your gap fill, that's looking likely. But this is a pretty sharp falling wedge pattern that we're breaking out of. You can even see there's an inverted head and shoulders pattern that has triggered. And if we draw it using that clean break, how I would measure it is that's your left shoulder, that's your head, this is your right shoulder. And from that little neckline low, this is what could play out today. You could have a move all the way up to about 168, 168.50, in around that range today. So which shows a fairly sizable potential upside still left in the tank. Look at this, even this other Tupperware brands, that's starting to squeeze. TUP trying to hold its little breakout trend line. You're looking for 175 target. Apple 169 break even, 175.8 is bank. Better to hold or wait. What expiry are you talking about? Are you in some calls for Apple there, Bart? Sorry, making you guys hungry. Tom, Daisy. Yeah, I'm eating some coconut chocolate covered clusters. Dark chocolate coconut love. Some that my girlfriend bought. Whiskey business. Could the QQQXOK now lag the SPY in the midterm with some of the other sectors picking up the slack? Yeah, that could potentially happen. Absolutely. That's a good observation. That's something you want to watch for. Again, you look at the Qs and they are trying to firm up here and break out. And look at that clean trend. That's a clean break and trend. Apple's still ripping here. Qs are ripping. Still have names like SMCI lagging. Am I holding any wheat? No. But we can take a look at wheat. Yeah, wheat's definitely looking to try to break out of a potential bottoming formation. This is a potential stage 1 bottoming formation breakout attempt. Not a bad looking chart on wheat. WHAT. Just look at the Forex chart, very similar, yep. That's definitely been beaten up. Obviously it does stand by the thesis that commodities are trying to break out, so it should push this higher. Next near-term target is probably this trend line up into this 620 range, 626, mid 620s, give or take, 630 maybe. That's your next upside resistance, but you are trying to form a little bit of a breakout here, a little micro inverse head and shoulders pattern. Apple's continuing, QQQ continuing, almost trading at 419. Nat Gas still holding, oil trading at 81.78. Resource stock like EQT, Monster, breakout. All sectors green in the S&P 500. Regionals ripping. Tesla trying to clear 143. Bitcoin back to 66.7. Microsoft trying to recapture 400 psych number. Meta trading at 483. Google at 156.80. Gold 23.30. Silver 27.21. Gluten-free trading. That's a funny one, Daisy May. That's a funny one. Daisy May's calling out your wheat trade there, Michael. Thanks, Whiskey Business. Thank you, thank you. Bart, you're just in common shares? Okay. Is your average stuck at, what was it, 175 on Apple? That's what you're at? Hopefully not. Yeah, massive jump in TUP there today. That's due for a nice run. That could double, over the course of a week, potentially more. Thanks for the comment there, Whiskey Business. Appreciate that. Check out the coin. Apple average 168. Yeah, I think you're okay. I suspect minimum 170 Apple, likely even retesting these high pivots. I think the fact that we missed this gap fill on Apple here back at that March 20th gap, I think we're going to come back and retest 178. Tom making a pretty important observation, comment, maybe the start of an ABC correction. So if we actually look at that thesis in the Qs, let's look at the QQQ daily. You know, if we're going through some sort of a scenario where we went through this phase, down move up, down move up, down move. You know, if this is the same sort of correction and structure, which it could be, you know, look at that first initial sell-off. From that high pivot to this low, you got to bounce all the way back to the 786, just under the 786 on the Qs. So if we do something of that nature, you know, a bounce could take us back to 440, 441, and then a little wave lower. So I'm watching this same structure very closely. It could definitely play out that way. You have the scenario for it to do so, especially with how some of the RSIs are lining up. You can see a little bit more clear on the NDX. Look at the breakout on the Qs, guys. They are continuing to squeeze here, and this is what I said about, you know, watching out for this potential short squeeze. Tom saying 440 QQQ, please. Yeah, 440. You could. You could. And it could be fast. You saw how fast that decline was in the span of a week. So this market right now is just flying to the high side, getting a nice technical bounce off of that very, very harsh sell side day. And this was to be expected since we started accumulating a lot of longs. The Qs have had a nice firm bounce along with the S&P and the Russell. They're all trading fairly in line. Nvidia up 4.3% after that horrific 10% collapse. It's recapturing almost 50% of the losses. So a nice strong technical bounce. QQQ on the daily chart recapturing the EMA 113 by a large margin, now shooting for the daily 100 on the Qs. The daily 100 moving average on the Qs, we actually just erase everything here. Look at the daily 100. That's sitting all the way at 422.94. Can they push us there today? They could. They absolutely could. Above the EMA 113. So huge support levels. Now I watch this daily chart of the Qs because it's going to be quite fascinating to see if we can get back above that key zone. Apple still continuing its ascent higher. Wonderful breakout on the Qs, and it's going to be non-stop upside probably for the rest of the day, as long as there's no crazy announcements. You're seeing Tesla ripping, Apple's ripping, Google, Microsoft also ripping here. Meta's trying to build off of some of those early losses. Equity stocks are breathing fire here and pushing to the upside. Names like SMCI still lagging a touch. Wow, look at the Q squeeze, guys. This is crazy, 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 crazy price action. Massive move in the indices. Yeah, SMCI will play catch up. That one's just shaking out some last little upside. EQT up $1.50 today. Beautiful. Yep. It's pushing. It's up 3.81% today and squeezing. But yeah, SMCI will play catch up. Once that one starts to go, you're going to really start to see it move. It's just trying to shake out some of the last little weak hands here. It could even be about ready to go right now. Alright guys, this is a potential where we could see SMCI start to move. Let's see if we can break out of this range. Obviously the Qs are short-term extended, but believe it or not, after a minor pullback, this thing could still keep pushing higher. Again, my upside target for end of day was 421, but a monster move in some of these names for sure. Good to see that some of these names are peaking up here. Yeah, you're seeing gold and silver getting hit pretty hard today. BITI getting smacked down again. That's Bitcoin doing well. SOX, yeah, down a little bit on the SOXS. Still think semiconductors can bounce a little bit more. UVIX getting absolutely demolished, down 12%. SMCI breaking here, so SMCI is trying to push and move a little bit higher here in the near term. Let's see if we can continue its upward trajectory. I was doing a little bit of work. SMCI to 900. I think that's certainly likely and could actually play out. And if the Qs move back to where I think they could move back to in the next 2 to 3 weeks, then SMCI 900 is very, very feasible, just based off of what I'm looking at. It's common sense is saying Netflix firming up, poked head green on the session. Yeah, that one obviously still has some shaking out to do with earnings, but potential bullish 5-minute chart here, inverted head and shoulders, showing some intraday accumulation today, bouncing off this trend line that we've been watching. So pivot all through this little consolidation pivot. That's your top of that trend line. Also happens to be the daily 100 moving average. I still think that it goes lower as of now, living to fight another day. And now we watch to see what type of pattern we get here on Netflix. Is it a bearish wedge? Is it a bear flag? Is it this an intraday, reversal candle? Do we build a bull flag off of this? Do we form a potential right shoulder? You have a left shoulder, you have a head. Is this going to be a big rounding right shoulder? So looking to see what type of a retrace we get on the downside now. Looking to see what type of retrace. Anything that stays really under this 573, in my opinion, is all bearish for Netflix. But there could be more selling in that name. Looking at... yeah, we covered that. We covered that, Bart. It's common sense. Sell H filled the gap earlier. Let's look at Celsius. Yeah, Sell H daily chart. Definitely into some support. Retesting. I actually like this for an impulse breakout candle. This should hold, and that's where we should get a retrace. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. In terms of a potential retrace, this area could hold on Sell H. Not a bad chart. Definitely a lot of support here. Previous pivot. Let's see what type of a retrace we're doing. Yeah, you're right into that 618, and it's holding now for the last couple sessions, so I have no problem picking up a long here off of this name. Certainly looks like an opportunity, for sure it does. SMCI is still trying to firm up off the lows, but other mega caps are taking a little bit of a breather. Tesla took a breather, Apple, Google still pushing, Nvidia consolidating, Meta trying to push, Microsoft also trying to push a little bit more. NatGas taking a small breather at the moment. Just a couple other things here. Chris talking about Chewy, interesting higher low rally. So CHWY, high short interest name. This one has more risk to it. Chewy. Potential. AXP, mindfulness meditation, looking at AXP. Yeah, AXP is ripping here. Look at that. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see, does that set the tone for Visa's earnings? Visa's pulled back nicely does set the opportunity for a pop. If this name drops into earnings, I'll probably be a buyer. But AXP is showing some monstrous price action. So it could be setting up tone for a positive print for Visa as well. Names like this typically trend together. Yep, we were just discussing that. That's a good observation. Mindfulness. Yep, Visa does potentially shape that up. But again, I've seen these where traders look for sympathy trades and it can go absolutely against them in the near term. Doesn't make it a guarantee that one company. It just puts it into a little bit higher probabilities that it'll move higher. All right, looking at the Qs, they're continuing to just grind. Look at that 10-minute chart. A massive, massive breakout. This gap fill is obviously on watch. That gap fill sits all the way up around that 423.36 zone. So watch for that gap. We could even try to test that gap today. That's well within the cards. SMCI is still trying to get going. All right, I'm going to take another little break here, but we've ridden the calls. We're riding SMCI. We're still riding Apple. We're riding a whole bunch of winning swing trade longs with members. You know, we're in the money nicely on our SOX, our semiconductor long, but we're also looking to still build into more positions as the market progresses through the next phase. All right, guys, I will be back. But again, this is a tough market to short. I do not recommend shorting a market after a decline like we've had. Maybe if we did a straight rocket move into this gap, that would be an opportunity to scalp short, but not when you have names like SMCI trying to turn green. Names like Tesla still weak on the session. They could firm up more. Names like Nvidia, Google, Microsoft, Apple making bullish reversals. So definitely a tough market to short. All right, we'll catch you in a little bit, guys. when you see a trend like this in the markets, guys, and the cues, you just want to step aside and let it do its thing to the upside, because it just keeps on squeezing. I mean, we hit this resistance trend line going all the way back to these pivots, and now we're actually chewing through that volume. So I mean, just give the market the upside that it's due today. It does look like it's just going to keep pushing until the end of the day, and then we'll see if we get any sort of a late day sell-off into the close. But as of now, the trend is looking phenomenally strong to the upside. Nat Gas making another high, trading at $2.05 right now. Tesla coming in a bit, but Microsoft, Google, Meta, Amazon, Nvidia all continuing to press. SMCI has turned the corner and gone positive. It's up 0.7, definitely lagging the market, so we'll see if that one wants to continue to push higher. Gold, silver still getting wrecked. VIX getting wrecked. Yields are slightly softening here, so it does suggest that the markets can and will likely continue to push higher. Again, the QQQ target could be that daily 100 moving average, which is sitting basically all the way up here at that 423.36 zone. My upside target for the day was 421, so we've hit it. Now it's just a matter of, do we continue to squeeze more? If we hold this 421 level and really not see any sell side pressure, we could keep going higher. Gap fills your next target. But I really can't chase the market on the long side. If you haven't chased it, I don't think it's wise to chase it right now. Wait for pattern. But it definitely could be shaping up for more of a squeeze higher into the end of the session.